Hello there. Good evening. How's it going? S50 up and streaming on Discord. Great. We'll check that out in a bit. Hola. Hi, Hayden. Good evening, Dark. Good evening, Dark Shades. And hello, Jeff. How's it going, everybody? Yeah, it's the weather here's been kind of, I mean, like a lot of places, it's been kind of a little rough. So yeah, it's actually clear here tonight. It's cloudy at or partly cloudy at Starfront with a chance of rain. So the roof is closed there, but it's clear here. So let's get to it. I got the S30 and the refractor out tonight, and so we'll check that out. Let's switch over, and I have a few things to talk about, but we'll get to that in a moment. Let me move this over here. I just started imaging M101 with the S30. Now I've switched back to the reflector. What did I do? Give me a sec here. Let me change. I changed over to the refractor, as you can see below. The Apertura 75Q? 75Q, I think so. Anyway, because I'd been kind of fiddling around with the reflector recently, and it hasn't really, it's been great for planetary, it's been great for lunar, and I'll probably bring it out again in a couple of weeks to do some lunar mosaic, which sharpcap supports, but it just hasn't, for some of the deep sky stuff, my skies are just, I think it would work, it's just my skies are terrible. So I think the fact it's F12 isn't doing me any favors. Hello, Aiden. Hey. So that's the reflector. I mean the Seestar S30. And so M100's in there. So one thing I was going to try, and actually let me, before I forget, I am trying something. All right, so let me go bring this on. Hey, it actually remembered which screen. Cool. So I'm gonna, this is Cosmic Ray has is that the Needle Galaxy or something? Let me put that down here for a sec. Looks pretty good. It's looking really good. But yeah, I think a lot of other people are clouded out tonight, so yeah, so Evening Turf, how's it going? Yeah, am I imaging here? Yes, I am, because it's cloudy at Starfront, so I'm only imaging here. This on the left here is the M101 with the Seestar S30. I just got it started, which is why it's kind of a bit washed out, but I'm going to try. I'm going to bring up my refractor again. Let's see. Okay, here we go. I think this is good enough. All right. So one thing I had done with the refractor is I have it. I haven't done much with it yet. I have stars in the field, but I haven't pointed at anything yet. So I will be doing that shortly, or I'll be doing that now. I'll do it off screen here just so. So hopefully this actually will go well. I mean, I just switched back to it today and haven't had a chance to really check out things. So hopefully nothing is out of alignment. Okay, great. See, it immediately play solves. Even though it's not even pointing at a particularly good chunk of sky. Okay. So I was actually going to go try pointing at M101 as well on this one. So let me go do that. The other thing is I have not, the guiding might be a little off. The guiding might be off. But we'll find out shortly. NGC 45, oh, it's the natal galaxy, cool. Edge on spiral 30 to 50 in Coma. Nice. That looks really cool there. This, in the lower right, it's a very sharp edge-on galaxy. Wow, it's more luminous than Andromeda. I mean, it is showing up pretty well. So let me try M101. And we should start seeing the scope below start moving. Although I don't know how drastically it's going to be moving. So you'll start seeing that move. It's allegedly moving. No. I was trying to think if maybe I did something. Oh, dang it. Sometimes it pops. It seems that sharpcap has locked up, but it's because the mount is further out than it would appear to be otherwise. And so it's starting to move now, I believe. Looks like it. Hello, Cubits. Good evening. Oh, that's too bad. Rainy where you are. And the Rady Club, too. That's too bad. 2 nights ago, beautiful clear skies. Huge wildfire in New Jersey? Wow. I guess all the dead vegetation from winter? That's interesting. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this scope. It's so weird. Seems to have had an issue here. Give me a sec. Trying to get sharpcap working. Okay. Let's try this again. For whatever reason, sometimes I run into that issue with sharpcap. Don't know if it's a me issue or not. Okay. Okay. All right. M101. Let's try this again. There we go. Yeah, for whatever reason, sharpcap was not happy. So I restarted it and now it's happier. All right. You can see it moving below, blurring around. Plate solve. Solve and resync. What? Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna try PhD 2. And let's see how this works. I'm going to run a calibration on PhD 2 just because things have changed and I just figured it would be better to start afresh. What's the refractor? It's a Apertura 75Q. So it's like 400, it's like f5.4, 400 millimeter, about 75 millimeter aperture, Petzval design. So I use it sometimes, but I decided to switch back to it from the reflector. Good evening, Chris. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Good old pinwheel. Yeah. Off-axis guiding. Yep, I switched back to the off-axis because I had to use a guide scope with a reflector, but the off-axis worked fine with the refractor. So I'm going that route. Let's see how the guiding's doing. Yeah, it's and it didn't complain. Yeah, auto restore. All right. Now, one thing I unfortunately haven't really been able to do is polar align properly. But on the other hand, it's wider field, so hopefully the state of the guiding will be okay. Just waiting for it to settle down a little bit. Man, that guiding is rough. Yeah, it's all one quadrant, so my my alignment is definitely out. Looks like it's out a lot. Anyway, we'll try going with it. Yeah. I think Dylan O'Donnell did a video about it. I got mine about, oh gosh, it was over a year ago, because I used it on the solar eclipse, but I hadn't used it as much until I got around Christmas, when I got my what do you call it, the astro camera that I'm using. Have I tried the Coma cluster with it? No, but I actually was going to tonight. I was going to start with M101, but when I had checked the Coma cluster, yeah, it is up high enough, but I wanted to at least get things tested out. You read my mind. Yeah. That's impressive. And before I forget, don't forget to like the video. It does help these live streams a lot. Okay. Plate solve. Okay, we're off a little bit, but I can deal with this. Let me change the camera settings to something a bit, because I cranked up the gain to get things in a better state. So I'll go to like, should I do 20-second exposures? And the autofocus might not be like spot on, but I'm hoping it's close enough. I realized the autofocuser has a lot of backlash. Okay, cool. We'll go with this. M101, what else do I need to do? Oh, live stack. Reset. Align frames. Stacking. Guiding. Monitor guiding app. Only stack when guiding is active. I'm gonna dither every 7 frames. And yeah, so let's see how this works. So bring that up on screen here. And let's see, hopefully this will produce a decent result. Oof. And I don't get... I need to work on cleaning cleaning the sensor a bit more. Oh, hello, my English world. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Welcome from Houston. Yeah. Coma. Yeah. Oh, using an SCT. Lots of that stuff. Yeah. Sorry about that. I'm so one thing I hope will make, so there's a lot of dust, and I spent a bit of time kind of trying to clean out the sensor, but I don't know. But clearly I didn't clean it enough because there's dust all over the place. Now, one thing I did do is sorry, I'm just trying to figure out the screen here. I did turn on dithering, so that should help. That will help. But I'm really annoyed because I spent a bit of time kind of trying to dust off the sensor. I see, looks like Cosmic Ray has some high clouds going through. So this is kind of an experiment because this is a so it's a refractor I've had. The moon is out of the way, but it's still kind of bad light pollution. But this is kind of an experiment because I had this dual narrowband filter, and that isn't great for galaxies. But I'm trying a different filter. It's not a multiband filter, not a normal multiband, but I'm hoping it'll produce some good results, but we shall see. I'm going to move this off here to monitor it real quick. Just trying different to mess around with the stretch. Okay. I mean, on the one hand, I'm frustrated by the dust. On the other hand, even though it's kind of a hot mess, I am getting more detail here after 5 minutes than the S30 after 20 minutes, so I guess I'll take it. I'm gonna wait to see if the dithering cleans that up at all. Come on, there we go. And it's weird. Okay. All right. Let's go back to this. Yeah. Well, the frustrating thing is I did shoot flat. Are they being applied? Let me check that. Maybe they're not being applied. That could be part of my issue. Yeah, I don't know. Wait, what's today? It's not the right flats. I was applying a different flat from a different day. So So we'll see. The other thing I haven't figured out how to do is to clean up the kind of grayness of this sharpcap auto stack. Like, it doesn't... Yeah, I don't get it. Changing the stretch mode, trying to fill around with it. Oh, you like the music in the background? My English world? Yeah, thanks. I tried to find something kind of mellow for the late night. Kind of, yeah. Hmm. You know what? How much does it move when it's dithering? Yeah. Okay, let's see if this helps. Just kind of fiddling around with settings in sharpcap, trying to get something reasonable. I mean, that said, this is M101 is kind of a challenging target, definitely for my yard. So I might go ahead and just move on to the Coma cluster for this. So I was going to do, which one? Whoa. So the Coma cluster is quite a few galaxies. So we'll see what this thing comes up with. Sunflower galaxy. Are you... Oh, I guess it the stack count is low, so it's switched targets, but the image hasn't updated yet. Cool. Looking forward to the sunflower. Okay. I wonder how much should I... I'm going to let it go up to 10 minutes and then I'm going to stop this M101 that I have going on the refractor. So that's what I'm gonna stop. It's dithering right now. I made some changes to the dithering settings, so we'll see. Yeah, the guiding isn't awesome. I mean, it's doing the best it can, but it's definitely a bit out. Okay, so we're almost done. Okay. So I am going to stop that. And then I am going to go to the Coma cluster, which we're going to do so which one should I pick? This one that's Coma B. So yeah. 4889. NGC 4889. Let's try this. Let's see. $400 billion. Only 400 billion stars. Wow, that's crazy. It's a lot of stars. Just realized. I forgot to check the box in sharpcap where it pauses guiding while it's moving. The light rings on one screen. Is it the light of the stars? What are you talking? Which light on one screen? I mean, not sure. I mean, I've got the telescope kind of down. That's one of the telescope images that I'm viewing. Oh, I see what you're saying. The light rings. Yeah, no, that's actually dust on the sensor. And yeah, unfortunately it's dust on the sensor. And I guess it is technically the light of the stars that's kind of interfering with the dust on the, well, and also the light pollution. But yeah, unfortunately that's what it is. Okay, so let's see, are we in the right spot in the sky? Okay, I'm gonna go okay. It is off by not much. Okay. Actually, one thing I might do, you can see how many galaxies there are in the Coma cluster. One thing I'm going to check is I'm checking like what the optimal exposure is. Oh, hello, Cheap Astro. Good evening. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for liking the stream. To the cowboy riding it. Yeah, I think it's the non-US chaps. Okay, what does it say? What does it say the optimal exposure was? 26.1 seconds. 137, so it's like an hour optimal gain. So, gonna check these settings. Okay, 26 seconds. Let me turn on the guiding. Hopefully that'll be able to guide. Okay. It is attempting to guide. It's kind of trying to, yeah, it's definitely out. It's definitely having to work on the guiding, but we'll try. We'll try this. So we'll start the live stack. That was the old one. Let's reset. Let me resize this. So I'm getting some of it's off screen. Hello, Zishan. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, dust is a major headache. Yeah. I do have a filter drawer in there, but I don't know what's going on. I need to do some deep cleaning, I think, of the sensor or something. Okay, we'll keep this going. Did a stream earlier at 8. Yeah, to be honest, I don't feel so bad when I see it on other people's streams. So, yeah. So I have seen it, or I'll see it on people's videos, and I'm like, I don't feel so bad. But that said, I still feel like I need to do a deep clean. Hello, Benji. How's it going? Thanks for joining. Actually, this... I don't... You know what? I wonder... I am not seeing the dust, and I wonder if it's because that last one, I was using the wrong flat. And I had redone the flat, but it was still using a previous day's flat, because now it's looking pretty clean. Of course, famous last words, we'll see. So many little galaxies in there. Problem is that little pin thing was off the screen. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's frustrating. Aiden also has some new equipment that he hasn't been able to really use. Upgrading Newtonian's focuser. The originals are building bigger than the new focuser. That is a pain. How do you think you're gonna? How are you gonna fix that? Yeah, been crafting foam to block the light leaks. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yikes. Yeah, it's like magic. So I need to make sure I do flats and I'm just did sky flats at the beginning, before the stream, like right around just before sunset. I did sky flats against the blue sky. I need to make sure I do that every night, and I need to make sure that I am using the right flat, and I still need to deep clean the sensor, I think. Clouded out. Oh man. I saw that it just ended, but I saw you switching to the all sky camera. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. Oops. Sorry. I end up locking the screen sometimes. Oh. I haven't been able to image since March. Yikes. How did I figure out the focus for the sky flats? I didn't. Actually, I didn't. I didn't focus before doing the sky flats. And the focus was way out too. Because I put that autofocuser on, and whatever the max range on the focus was, it was beyond that. So I had to like change the range, disconnect and reconnect the driver, and then I was able to continue moving the focus out. Yeah, it's reassuring that it worked. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about it, but it did work. So the reason this is an experiment, yeah, the Gemini focuser, yeah, yep. And one thing I noticed from the reflector, I was having issues with it slipping, or I was trying to retighten it down, and it did work at one point, but then there were some issues, and I need to kind of work on it some more. And that was, I guess, part of my frustration of why I switched back to the refractor. But when I took the focus knob off the refractor to put the autofocuser on it, the EAF on it, I noticed, I was pretty sure, like my vision isn't quite what it used to be, but it seemed like the metal on the reflector axle wasn't flat on one side, or kind of flattened a bit, and I think that's part of the reason it slipped. I need to look at it again and make sure that there isn't some kind of flat bit that I was missing. But on this one, it was clear where the flat bit was, so I think it was locked in pretty well. Oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. Take some flats with the white screen. Yeah. So the reason this is an experiment is I'd been thinking about getting a multi-band filter, because I have the dual narrowband, but it isn't great for galaxies. And I got a really cheap filter, and that didn't do much of anything. But I need to try it again when the moon's out, and I need to try it on this telescope, not the reflector, because I only tried it on the reflector. And that one's kind of a cheap moon filter, So I'm going to try that again. But then what I and someone had offered to loan me a a multi-band filter. But what I ended up, and I'll probably, I may take him up on that. But in the meantime, I had gotten this dual, well, I'd seen it on Amazon on a different SV Boni filter, and I debated getting it. And then I ran across a review that Quiv had done that I had seen before, but I watched it again. Anyway, it's a dual narrowband filter, but it also has a lot of light passage in the infrared range. And it turns out that the 585 sensor that I'm using is sensitive to IR, and IR, there isn't as much light pollution in IR, because like that would be a waste to have light bulbs that were into the IR. So there isn't as much light pollution. And he thought it was, he really liked it, just the colors weren't great. And so this is the first time I've really kind of used this in the wild. And so it has potential. Like if it's basically letting, if the sensor itself has a lot of sensitivity in the IR, and yet the galaxies are bright in the IR, or still reasonably bright in the IR, then it might help offset my Portal 9 skies. The only downside is for certain targets it might not be the ideal filter, because near IR goes through dust more, like dust clouds. So if I were to try to do dark nebula, they might not look as dark with this. I wasn't planning on it anyway, just because, yeah, it's such a challenge here to do any kind of faint object. Spearmint, known as, well, interesting, Mentha spicata. I like spearmint. I've heard about people using tracing panel LEDs. That's cool. Point it straight up and set it up. So far, I've been I've only done it a few times, but I've been reasonably happy with the sky flats. Like the quality seemed not too bad, but I'm not really I haven't really dug into these photos and done any post-processing on them. Oh, interesting. No paper, just set it on the dew shield. Interesting. That's cool. Cool. I may do that eventually. I mean, this scope does have, the reflector doesn't have a dew shield, which I've thought about getting one for it just to help with light. But this one definitely has a dew shield, and I have it extended. Light in clouds. You'll have all flats. Actually, I am like really happy with, like, the sky brightness is not terrible. And I think the problem I had with that other one was I was using the wrong flats. And actually, even worse, that flat was taken with the reflector. That's why I was so jacked up. It was like the wrong telescope. Kids, don't do that. Learn from my mistakes. Lumpy frames. Yeah. I don't like to stay up until the sky is light. I want my data processed by then. Yeah. That's fair. See, what I did is I did the sky flats at the beginning, before sunset, because it's so warm outside, and it's kind of heavily air conditioned. Like the AC's blowing on the scope. I tend to pull them out like at least an hour ahead of time, sometimes a couple hours, because it's shaded, and I'll just leave them sitting out there, with like the lens caps on, just to kind of equalize, and plus I'll log into the mini PC remotely and kind of do some fiddling around with stuff. So I have plenty of time to do the sky flats. So 12 minutes, not too bad. That's another thing. I don't know if my focus is out a little bit. It's pretty close, but I need to, next time I need to just go ahead and do the an autofocus routine, because I was using the electronic autofocuser, or the electronic focuser, but I wasn't doing it automatically. I was like manually doing it, and then doing kind of the focus assistant in sharpcap, which looks at the full width, half, full FW, whatever, that thing. And I was looking at that. Now, of course, I mean, it's downside, but this is a wider field, so. Now, sharpcap did claim an hour or so. And how long have I been? Yeah, only 14 minutes, so I'll keep that running for a bit. Yeah, all things considered, I mean, the background isn't too bad. Oh, I just realized, if I was using the wrong flat, maybe the sensor is clean. maybe it was because I was using the flat from the reflector. It was before I cleaned the sensor. Oh man. Anyway. So I am imaging the Coma cluster. So just a few galaxies. Just a few. I think it needs to be replate solved, but you get the idea. Can a not meteorite. I mean, you could, if a shooting star kind of goes through the image, you would get that, just like we get satellites. But asteroids, which are just orbiting like out in the solar system, you can get those as well. And I have imaged those a few times where you can see them kind of slowly, like you'll see all these stars, and then you'll see something that over time kind of becomes elongated. It's basically an asteroid that's like slowly moving. Yeah, the Coma cluster. Good evening, Quantum. Welcome. Thanks for joining. Yeah, yeah. The problem with the Coma cluster is, yeah, the galaxies are small. But so, wow, what is that in the all sky? Is that a? That looks too. That's. But yeah, it's too. Like the galaxies are too small for the Seestar to really do it justice. Now, this isn't much better because although I have a higher resolution sensor, it's like the pixel density is like the pixels per arc second are slightly better than the Seestar, but not like drastically so. Yeah, aliens, maybe. Wow, that is looking really crisp. Uh, I would not do well as a job with as a weather person, but yeah, that is looking really good. Like the sky is actually black, not all washed out. Anyway, yeah, so yeah. Yeah, the problem is the galaxies are in the Coma cluster are small. But if I recall correctly, they're like 300 million light years away. So it's a pretty far away cluster. There's another cluster that I want to image, and that I was talking about that Across the Universe live stream that I might do. I might get that done this week. But I was going to image the Coma cluster or the Leo cluster, which turns which are both pretty, like, they're similar, like tons of galaxies, they're both similar distance. But what I didn't realize is that the Coma cluster and the Leo cluster are actually both part of the Coma supercluster, and the Coma supercluster is part of the CFA2 Great Wall or something, which is one of the largest structures in the universe. So what we're looking at here is actually part of one of the largest structures in the universe. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, for me, I guess I watched a lot of I'd been watching a lot of YouTube videos and then like Quiv the Lazy Geek, and I knew with more expensive hardware, I could definitely image in the city based on what I'd seen other people doing, but I wasn't quite ready to get the filters and cameras I needed to do that. Like I had some scopes, but I didn't have all the other stuff. So I got the Seestars. And then I've kind of gone back and started updating. Actually, that sky is looking nice and black. I mean, some of that's the stretch, but let's... All things considered, I'm not now that I know that I had the wrong flats, I think I might revisit one of those other targets. Well, that is true in the known universe, is the massive caveat. No, and you're right, actually. We don't... Like, I think there's a debate on how much of the universe we actually can see. Because a lot of it, because of inflationary kind of cosmological inflation, not the grocery store type of inflation. Because of that, we can't really see like much of the universe, I think. It's been a while. I mean, a red cat and a 533 MC Pro. It's a good setup. Yeah, no, I went. So I had gotten this refractor, like the one below, but I hadn't really used it for a lot of astrophotography, and I was using the solar scope, a solar telescope I had bought like a year and a half ago. I'd been using that, but I didn't have a way to like live stream it because I just would plug the camera into my laptop and run Firecap on it because I was running on the Mac. But then I ended up going with so the refractor. So it was kind of like I had the mount, the GTI mount. I had the refractor, but I didn't have a decent camera. So I had been saying like much of last year that I'm like, I need to upgrade the camera on this. And I finally did around Christmas. So it took me, it was like well over a year of using the Seestar before I started upgrading some of my other stuff. Yeah. So I need to figure out, we wouldn't be able to see the planet. We'd be able to see the star. We might be able to see the star. I need to look that up. I'll make a note on that because that might be, maybe, yeah, let me look that up. And it wasn't conclusive. But they had previously found, I think I might point the S30 at something else because M101 is not ideal. But yeah, like there had been a previous study where they'd found some biosignature, or they'd found one chemical that was indicative of that typically was associated with life. But then they found another one more recently, which definitely we don't know of a way that it would be generated without life. But let me look up that star. That's a good idea to check out. Well, we do see a lot of it. Yeah. Dark energy. Yeah, I mean, and that's a problem as the universe expands. Like, eventually things will kind of, not be visible. But I think the argument for the universe being potentially much larger than what we can see is that, what is the term? Basically how smooth the universe is. Like we see lumps in it, but there's still a certain smoothness to it that would suggest that, I guess it's fairly large. I think that was the argument. Over 1,000, over 1,000 galaxies, only crazy astronomers. Well, call me crazy, I guess. I see cosmic ray. I guess the clouds cleared. Oh, there we go. We're back. Cosmic ray's back on a globular cluster. Yeah, observable universe. Sorry about that. I may need to tune that. I may need to tune that a little bit because there's a setting and I just leave it on the defaults, but I can make ads less frequent. It's not like the ads. I mean, you get a little bit of money from YouTube on it, but it's not like it's a ton. So I'll have to look at that, especially for these live streams. Well, and then there is that one thing about possibly like building an observatory on the far side of the moon to pick up some of that kind of signature. But the 90 billion light years is the co-moving distance, I think. But yeah. Stop hi from New Mexico. Hello, Wiley Site. Good evening. I am so far behind on the chat, sorry. Hubble something, megaparsec something. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. It's got the Seestar firing away. That's cool. It's homogeneous. Yes, homogeneous. M13 on the S50 through the clouds. It's looking pretty good. Fairly large. Bigger than a breadbasket. Wait. You might appreciate this, Chief Astro. How big is it compared to the size of whales? Because I know that's like a standard metric. Isotropic. Yeah. That was another one of the words. Have I tried the elephant trunk? No. The problem is I didn't have... Well, first off, my skies are just... I have all these obstructions. That is looking... If I do... Sorry, I'm getting distracted. I haven't been watching the live strat. It's looking pretty crisp. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me... Like, if this keeps up, this just seals the deal for me that I need to... That switching back to the refractor is the right way to go. Because compared to the results I was getting from the reflector... Yeah. Wait 6 hours before skip. There's aliens there. Yeah, forgot about the house. Yeah, so... At least 6 whales. That's funny. I remember because I was reading something about like standard units. Maybe it was in Wikipedia, like standard units, and then kind of what did they call them? Like irregular units, or like in the US, you know, you always hear about things being this X many times the size of a football field or something like that. And I had run across that about the size of whales, and I guess I never picked up on it. And then like right afterwards, I was watching some BBC News report, and they're talking about, you know, something the size of whales. And I'm like, oh, there you go. Right there. Yeah, getting some gradient, which I'm not sure the orientation of the sensor. But all things considered, that's not terrible, honestly. I mean, because if you think about, like, I either do the light pollution filter, which cuts massively on the gradient, but I can't image galaxies, or I do no filter, and then it's like terrible gradients and other things. So if this gives me just a mild gradient, and I actually can image galaxies, then this is going to be huge. Yeah, Rhode Island. Yeah, Rhode Island. Okay, enjoy. Thanks for dropping by, though. Enjoy the rest of your trip. Stay out in the dark skies of New Mexico. It's pretty awesome. The weather looked perfect for observing. I came very close to going out there, actually. I would have ended up like about 100 miles away from where I would have actually passed through the same town that Wiley Site had lunch at. And but the problem is it was going to be like 1,800 miles of driving for me over the span of 4 days. And I was just driving by myself And the problem was I have to be back for something Monday morning. So some other day, some other time. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it is yeah, it's kind of the large scale structure of the universe always, that kind of stuff always yeah. Then I try not to think about that. Yeah. It's I mean even if the visible universe was all there was, that's mind-bogglingly large. Hello, Star Traveler. Good evening. Thanks for joining. But yeah, I am really happy with this. How much data do I have on this? Oh, half an hour. Cool. Oh, hello, RW. Good evening. Thanks for joining. Oh yeah, yeah. That I always link people to that video Cheap Astro did of the Stellarium Horizon. Oh, huh. Yeah, yeah. I've seen some of those kind of arguments, but and I mean I'm not, yeah. Really big, vastly, hugely, mind-bogglingly big. Yeah. It was, yeah. No, I mean it's cool. It's one of those things where, yeah, it's like, ideally. So I'll tell you the thing that I've run into, at least with the PC version or the Mac version. Like where you put the horizon is associated with like that specific version of Stellarium. Like it's in an internal directory. And so when I upgraded Stellarium, like my custom horizon went away. So I've now upgraded it a few times, so I know to do it every time. But the first time I almost, like, luckily I was able to find a copy of the file because I'd replaced I had thought I had lost the horizon. Yeah, yeah, and that's, yeah, it's huge being able to do that. Yeah, so now I wanna try another galaxy. Let me see what else I could try, and I need to find something. The S30 is just kind of going along in the background there, imaging M101. And the main problem is it's just, again, here's the, like, the gradient I'm getting. I guess it's not too, I've had worse. But it's just a very faint galaxy, so let me switch back over to that. Okay. Yeah, that's looking really good. All right. Yeah, good night. Cheap Astro, thanks for coming by, dropping by. Yeah, it's a good time to go to bed. 4:20. It's 4:20. Yeah. Yep. Okay, so let's stop that. And what would be another good target for the S30? Oh, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do next. Actually, let me look over here. Let's see. Wait, is the time right? Yep, time is right. I wonder, should I try the whirlpool with the refractor? No, let me focus on the reflector. On the S30. Get that working on something. What is that? Dust Devil Galaxy? Always some interesting names out there. Oh, yeah, let me try this. Actually, let me see. The S30's field of view. Just out of the field. Yeah, dew shield. Yeah, the Seestar doesn't. The S30 doesn't have it. I have a dew shield for the S50, but the refractor does have a dew shield, and I do have it kind of extended. It's always 420 somewhere. Oh, nice. Nice. 0 point energy. Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Trying to find something for the S30. I am looking forward to some of the kind of wide field nebula for the summer Milky Way, because I think those will work well with the S30, just because of my light pollution problems. Let me try. Let's see if I can get this in one field. Yeah, I think I've done this before. It's like, but let me try that. Let me try this. It's okay, I'm gonna do an hour and kick that off. So I'm actually, this is turning out pretty well. I think I'm gonna stop this though. Actually, let me mess around with the live stack here. I mean, all things considered, I'm not unhappy with that. But let's try some bigger galaxies, or ones that appear bigger. Actually, it's not. Won't be that much bigger. Let me see. That might not be. It's actually not any bigger, but a target I want to give it a try. I want to give it a try to. I want to try Marcarian's chain. Now, I don't know the alignment of the sensor, so we'll try this. Actually, I'll try NGC 4387 first. How much data is on here? The problem is the text is too small, so I'm dragging it off screen. Wait, is this? Wait, what did I do? Did I actually... Oh, interesting. Didn't even go. So, so I'm gonna use the app. I think I messed up something. Actually, is M104 up? Barely, maybe. So I'll try it. Might fail, but at least I can get it going. Rain and clouds. It's supposed to hit 80, wow. Get the rig running cool. Nice. Well, that's always good to keep up, to at least verify. Cool. Yeah, I mean, might as well take advantage of it, kind of run out the, kind of test out the, kind of, yeah, make sure there aren't any short cables or something. Nice, M3. Down below. So let me go to Marcarian's chain, and specifically 4387 NGC 4387. Let me try to remember that. NGC. Okay. Okay. So let's go to... Actually, let me check the guiding. The guiding's gotten a little bit better. It's still kind of terrible, but it was good enough. NGC 4387? Is that what I said it was? Let me double check. 4387. So let me go ahead. I had forgotten to check the pause PhD2 while it's slewing, so let's try that. Hello, L. Springer Jones. Welcome. Thanks for joining. It's one of the largest, 500,000 stars, 11.4 billion years old, 32,000 light years away. That's cool. That looks nice. Now the only problem is the sombrero is really small. I might want to pick something else. You can see the refractor kind of is pointing somewhere else too. It's easier for me to see what's on when it's on this monitor. Oh. Mm-hmm. I'm trying to figure out why it's okay. Cool. Yeah, for some reason the go-to failed. So try again. Okay. All right. It's better right now. Zero stacked frames. Yeah, that's impressive. It's only dropped. Let me try this. I see 3. Let's see. C3. Ah, darn it. See, the next thing I'm gonna want to get is a camera rotator, because the rotation is not what I would want it to be, but we'll just have to go with it. Okay. Start up the guiding. Pick a star. It only got one star. That's not good. Not ideal. Now there are other stars there, so that's fine. Let me wait for the guiding to settle before I start the imaging. Yeah, it's really having to work harder, but so far the guiding is actually slightly better than it was, but we'll just have to go with it. Okay, close enough. And we will start imaging on all right. 32,000 light years. Is it still in the Milky Way? Yeah. Or in the neighborhood, it's 100,000 light years across, give or take. And the new version goes out to the CWO database when they're clouds. Yeah, no. I mean, the problem is, so there was an issue with live view where it wouldn't, like it would be slow to, if you switched away from it and then came back, it would be slow to kind of show the image on screen. So I made a change where it kind of caches it in memory. The problem is when you change, I need to clear the cache when you're changing targets because it's still showing the previous target. And like in this case where it's just completely failing, it's still showing you the old one, which is not ideal. So unfortunately, it's rotated, but that's the face of Marcarian's chain. But the reason I was saying the next thing, and I don't think I want to buy it because like all the camera rotators are so expensive. I think I might DIY it. But if you look at kind of the alignment of the face, I wanted to be able to image these two, but the camera is really it's like that alignment. So the problem is, I guess I could move it. Maybe I will. If I center it on that M86. So let me double check that that's, yeah, M86. So let me stop this. Okay, so it shouldn't have to move very far, just a fraction of a degree. So one thing I had put in the topics below that I haven't addressed any of it is Siril 1.3 or 1.4 beta is finally out. Siril had been in the 1.3 development version. Some people have been using it, add some nice new features, but the beta hadn't come out yet, and it's out now. And was planning on at some point during the live stream actually downloading it. It's not quite exactly the way I want it, but we'll deal with it. Guiding isn't ideal, but we'll just deal with it. Okay. Stack and clear that and reset the stretch. And do the first and the second. Yeah, it's like what's called the eyes are going to be right at the edge of the frame. I'll reset the stack after it's gotten a little bit more. So let's see. That doesn't include the eyes. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's out of dev. It's in beta. It technically, the 1.3 was the development version, so now it's, at least unless it changed. Let's look. The sombrero is kind of small, but it's getting there. So let's see. Yeah, 1.4 beta released the 26th, which is today. So brand spanking new. So I will download that. But yeah, the one that had been out was the development version. Definitely should encourage everybody to donate to them to show our appreciation for all of the new features and all the work they put into Siril. But let me install it off camera here. Let me reset this. It's a little too aggressive on the stretch, but I'll leave it there for now. And this also does point towards something I've been considering doing with the refractor. There is a reducer that's available, and that pairs with this, and it's a three-quarter reducer, so it goes from 400 to 300 millimeters. So might be good. I think I had figured if I had the rotation right, I could get all of Marcarian's chain then in one shot. And based on how this filter is working, I may go ahead and do that. It's definitely exceeding my expectations briefly. AI targets 4,000 hours and 200 hours of... Are you sure it's not the other way around? 200 hours of imaging and 4,000 hours of processing. The way some of those programs, some of the AI programs that I've tried, it seems like it's it ends up taking a lot of time. Okay, so here we are. Just like that, at least on the Mac. And it says it already exists. Do you want to keep it or replace it? I'll keep both. 200 megabytes. All right, applications. And we have Siril. Let's see. So it's 1.4.0 beta 1. This beta work? You beta believe it? Oh, it's not assigned. It's not signed. So when I run this on a Mac, this is the error I would get on the nightly builds on the Mac. So I need to, there's a command you can run to unquarantine it. Siril. Okay, yep, it needs to be. So if you, I mean, I'm sure they'll fix that, because the production release doesn't have this issue. See, it's got this quarantine thing to keep malware away. So, yep. So here we are. Welcome to the beta. One thing I had noticed is that oh no, that was, yeah, never mind. But yeah, they've got the Gaia archive. See introduction. Take a moment. Yeah, so they've changed around the processing tab. They've reorganized a lot of the menus quite a bit, but I think it's more clear now. So yeah, they have the astrometry stuff under tools. They support Python scripts, and if you look now, it's well, some of these are mine, but like Siril catalog installer, that's a Python one. Yeah, so it's got a lot of new stuff, and I don't know why it's beach balling. With more than 16 lenses, I don't know. I imagine some. I'm sure some quantum too. I mean, I guess it would depend on how transparent the glass is. So registration have been redesigned. I mean, I've been using the beta, the alpha, the dev version for a few months. And there are some changes, but once you get used to it, it's pretty good. Yeah, it does annotations, profiling tool, color management. It's got a lot of stuff. A lot of new stuff. But yeah, definitely check that out. Enjoy So I'm going to move this. Yeah, and that's one of the things. It supports stacking. Does it have... No, it doesn't have that. It's all processing. But yeah, it supports stacking Seestar mosaics. I mean, not just that, but like mosaics where, yeah, maybe that are taken with different scopes, and it does kind of the alignment astrometry based stacking. So kind of like ASTAP, where you can have, it'll figure out where the images are in the sky and kind of not trying to look for patterns that overlap like normal kind of mosaics. It looks at the stars and where the stars are on the sky. So even if you had two frames that don't touch, it'll know where they are relative to each other. Whereas with like traditional kind of mosaics, it would need to see where they overlap. Or I say traditional, but like tools that don't use the astrometry based kind of stacking. Yeah. You have to plate solve every frame in the sequence, but it makes it pretty easy. Like there's a checkbox when you go in after you do the stack, after you register the image. Is it register? Once you have a sequence, you can go plate solve, and then all clouded, go process inside of my. Yeah, well, thanks, Cosmic Ray. Thanks for sharing your screen. That was got some good imaging there. Now I need to find time to process 4 months of mosaics. Yeah. It's I mean, the results I've been pretty happy with. The few tests I've done with it. Let me resize this. But yeah, thanks for again, as always, Cosmic Ray. Thank for stopping by and sharing. Yeah. So you go. If you go under. So once you have a sequence loaded, I've got to resize this so it's more visible. Okay. All right. So this is if you're doing the stacking, you do the initial conversion, you get the sequence, and once you have a sequence, you can go into astrometry, because I don't have anything selected. There's now a checkbox on the dialog that comes up where it says solve the entire sequence, and once you do that, it kind of runs through all the images, figures out where they are, and then in here there's an option when you're doing the again, I don't have anything loaded, but you can pick, instead of different alignment algorithms, you can say just use the existing registration. So it's so it already has, or is it in there? Anyway, it's in one of those, and you basically tell it to use existing registration, which in that case is the astrometric thing. So it lines up all the images based on that, and it works pretty well. I was using it as an experiment with the challenges we have that we've imaged. The current one is Marcarian's chain, the current month's one, and so I was using it. I'm trying to remember if I actually finished it, but basically I was going to stack all the images together, because not all of them were taken with Seestars, and so this would let me kind of combine images that came from different scopes, different times, you know, some overlap. Let me see, did I end up doing that? I can't remember. I remember I was starting to do it. Astrophotography challenges. Marcarian's chain. Yeah, I did. I did do... I didn't do it with the seagull, but I did do it with dryers, where I stacked everybody's images together. Let me see what that looks like. It's a 65 meg stack. Let me see if I can find this. There we go. Finally downloaded. But yeah, so you can see it was taken with different scopes, and some mosaic, some not. And I was able to combine all of it together from Seestars and I forget what refractor it was. And this hasn't been processed at all. That was just the raw stack, the raw fit file, but kind of lets you combine stuff. Haven't figured out drizzling. I've been drizzling a bit with it, and like the images that that Aiden had processed, I had stacked them, and like, no, it's downloading it. It's on cloud storage, so it's having to download the image. Give me a sec. Okay. No? Still thinking about it. Oh, every time I dismissed it, it stopped downloading. Yeah, so this was done, this was stacked in Siril, the beta, the dev version, with 2x drizzle, and then Aiden processed it, but like you can, and then like SETI Astro, but between that, like the super resolution in SETI Astro and the drizzling, like that's a pretty good zoom in, and yet still seeing detail. So I've been pretty happy with that. I need to do more with it, but so far what's been coming out of it, I've been pretty happy with. I mean, a lot of it is what Aiden's processing, but just the results of upgraded my PC. Yeah, I need to. Yeah, showed a map of the challenges. Yeah, I need to. Let me try to pull that up. Let me pull that up. So in the case of so in the case of it wasn't the Marcarian's chain. I just showed the Dryer's Nebula one. Let's see if this works. Okay, 2,500 files. Yeah, I mean, this is imperfect, but this was kind of it's a work in progress. But basically, this is a star map of that area where Dryers is, with all the frames. The blue are all the frames, and it actually has the nebula. So that's the Dryers Nebula. But you can see like how all the frames and are kind of arranged. This is a visualization of it, but Siril was able to take all of that and stack it. So. Yeah, so it's let me switch back to this. Just redo this stretch here. There we go. Cleaned up the colors a bit. I mean, honestly, all things considered, again, Bortle 9, I'm pretty happy with that. Very happy with that, actually. This is about the best results I've gotten from this the scope here. And there are the eyes. Just 18 minutes, that's not too bad. So now I want to try, after this goes for a while, I might try M51 with this one. With this setup. Because now I'm like really curious how M51 will look. What happened? Let's see. I lost my connection to the mini PC, which isn't I'm not happy with that. And I don't know why. 6K, 10-inch RC with a beefy mount. Nice. Nice. Let's see. Okay. Trying to figure out what happens. What happened? Let's see. Just trying to figure out why the mini PC where let's see. And 4211. Where did that? That's strange. Yeah, the Windows computer just kind of disappeared. Actually, what? Phone, All Sky. Oh, All Sky. Let me log into All Sky. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's see. Oh. Wait a second. I think actually, no, I can't do that. I need to redo my network. It's obviously too complicated. What would happen if I changed the network on this one? It's not running the stream. Yeah, I think I'll do it. Shouldn't hurt anything. Famous last words. Let's try this. Try that. Log in. And where could it be? Yes, it is the sombrero. It is. And Star Traveler's getting the whale. Cool. Getting crowbar? No. The focal length is too long. Oh, wow. Yeah, you know, get another one. Why not? 21953. So one thing I might do, I don't know if the Mac crashed or not, but not the Mac, the mini PC. So I think I'm going to go check it out. So I am going to go, yeah, a beam, polar line at the same time. But yeah, let me, I'll be right back. Like I say, I think the mini PC crashed, so, or something happened. And so I will be back shortly. But in the meantime, we can look at the sombrero. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Let me get situated and I'll give a debrief. Let me switch back the network. So what happened, this has happened a couple of times with the mini PC. For whatever reason, it just shuts off. Like it was powered off. I don't know if it's the power supply or it's, I don't know, thermal thing. I don't know. So that's fine. So I've got to restart up everything. And so I got down there, poked the button on it, powered up, and but then I remembered the orientation of the sensor was off. So I had like left, I came back and I rotated the camera 90 degrees. So hopefully the alignment's better. So we're about to find out. Let me get back in. I'm way back behind. Interferometry. Lower your tripod target. That would probably be simpler, yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, catching more photons would be better. Photos of photons. Yeah. It's like the picture of a picture. Or I got a photograph of a photograph. Anyway, so let me get back into the mini PC. So one thing I need to do, so that Marcarian's chain was ended. But the good thing is, it gives me an opportunity to, since I rotated the sensor, I would have had to start over anyway. So let's getting into sharpcap here off camera. And let me make some notes about things I want to check out. KVM. One thing I wanted to, speaking of photographs, before I forget, I had mentioned in the list below, I'm not going to get to the AI for targets, but the a website I've been kind of showing screenshots on the Discord server, but I haven't really, I'm not sure what I'm doing with it yet. But I had been, it'll probably be my new website. But one of the things it has, speaking of photos, my plan, I had wanted to do it for tonight, but I wasn't able to. But my plan is the images will kind of, for all of my kind of sessions, the images will show up here. And again, it's a very much a work in progress, but you can see, like, I have it linked to my video and even shows the face of the moon when I was taking the photos, and I just did the lorem ipsum on some of these, but it does plate solving. So when you click on an image, it brings it up full screen, and you can go check where the objects are, and it'll show you where they are, and you can bring up details about the item. Again, I kind of overdid it, but I wanted to kind of give a preview of it, because probably make this available. Or at the very least, I'm going to be publishing this stuff that I image. And I've been I backfilled in images from the last few weeks. And you can, well, I say you, it was made for other people to potentially use it, but like it lets me kind of pick a picture within a grouping to be like the thumbnail. So I just kind of say, this is the favorite or whatever, and it picks that. So like in this case, yeah, see the moon was 31%, and you can go look at that. One thing I want to do is add other catalogs. It doesn't have like the Bernard catalog, but it's very much a work in progress. But and I had started doing something with the Messier Marathon, but then I kind of broke some of it in here, so I need to add that code back. But like here was the Messier Marathon. You can see it was like new moon and like all the different things. Well, and I need to clean up these names, obviously. But anyway, that was what the website, this is kind of a teaser of this thing that I'm working on. Yeah, well, and that's at least like that's what I'm trying to do is surface those, and actually it was neat because I kind of pulled in, you know, a few hundred photos into here, and not to again, I'm trying to figure out how this could be used by other people, but what it does is it actually looks at when the photo was taken and it automatically buckets them into sessions. So like these photos here were taken on the session of Monday, April 21st, but that includes photos that were taken after midnight on the 22nd, but like before sunrise. So it kind of just, it doesn't like do an intelligent thing, but it kind of says, okay, photos taken between, like basically it scans the photos and it says, okay, this photo is taken at 8 p.m. This is on the 21st. This one was taken at 3 a.m. This is also on the 21st. So it's like the session, the observation session. So it kind of automatically buckets them and it creates a new kind of, so I had it scan hundreds and it created all of the sessions. And then, I mean, I went back and added wording, and then I kind of went into some of these and tagged certain photos as favorites. And it was kind of neat looking back here because I'm like, I took a lot of some of the same photos. Like I was doing the Dolphin Nebula over and over again. And so it was like the first target. So it was showing up on a bunch of these. So I went in to a few of them and picked other photos that looked interesting. And these are all just raw these are all unprocessed. And it doesn't, there's no framing. It just kind of, it's just HTML. It picks part of it, but I liked how this one, it picked the part of it picked was the important part. I guess it picks the middle of the image. And then the tags, these were things I added. So like, can I do this? Yeah. Yeah, so when I went in here, I basically kind of added the wording here, and I added the tags here, and yeah, and then you hit save and it saves it. So this is kind of my project that I've been productive during the cloudy nights. I haven't been processing images, but at least I've been trying to get a handle on all the things I'd imaged recently. And the thing is, you know, the other thing I guess that has pushed me towards it is I'm able to image a lot more at Starfront, when it's clear, because I can image all night, and I've been, you know, wanting to do something with all of that. So like you can tell, like, you know, here's Centaurus A, and I mean, not Centaurus A, Omega Centauri. And that was like the first attempt at it over the night, and then I actually had imaged it again. And so like if you don't have wording on it, it just kind of throws them together. So like these, I put some boilerplate text and some actual text on some of them. But then ones that I hadn't, it just kind of, so like if you go into some of the collections where I haven't done any wording, it just puts them all together. Like none of these images have any descriptions on them. Yeah, a lot of these don't have things. Some of them are pretty cool. What was one that was pretty cool? I think the monkey head one was interesting. So I can, yeah. So this one, it actually had a photo. And some of this text, yeah, that's another story for another day. And I get some of the information from Simbad. So for certain objects, it'll have the distances. The wording I got from other sources. It includes a link to Wikipedia. Actually, what was one good one? Do I have Coma B in here? Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so this is my little slightly more than a little project, but yeah, so this says 46.4. Now, some of that information came from Simbad, some of it's like arguable, you know, but it does the plates, it plate solves and images. Okay, what is going on with the refractor? Is it doing a meridian flip? Let me go back to what I was working on. Yeah, I think it did a meridian flip. Still have Siril there. But yeah, if you have suggestions about things you'd like to see with that website, just let me know in Discord or wherever. Did I actually connect? Yeah, I'm back in. But I didn't. I have to like everything. I have to start over again. I have to reconnect the camera. Camera's warmed up at this point. Okay. Let me zoom in a little bit. Well, the other nice thing is the focus was a little out and I was able to fix it, which is nice. Very nice. There's definitely some backlash on the focuser that I'm gonna have to figure out. There we go. Okay, I'll just leave it at that. Okay, let's go. Let me look at Stellarium to make sure that the target, yeah, it crossed the meridian. I could do another hour with it, but so let's try that. Actually, so what I'm gonna try going back to NGC 4387, which is the nose of the face. NGC 4387. Okay. Let me start up PhD 2. Connect to the equipment. Connect all. Let me look at this. Okay. I had to increase the exposure. I think the focus is out a little bit, unfortunately. Okay, it's off by 4.7 degrees. It's going to the target. I mean, the good thing is it's since everything had shut down, the camera had started warming up again. So so now it's finally cooling back down. Okay, what are the eyes? They are 4438. Yeah, okay, cool. Cool. So we might, because I rotated at 90 degrees and there's always kind of, you know, did I rotate it it would have been the same either way, but like I could have made it upside down, you know, and I think I might have rotated it the right way. So let's increase. Okay, so we're gonna try this. Let's okay. see how the guiding. Oof. Let me see. Oh, that's what I need to do. There's like a calibrate meridian flip, but I'm not going to do it right now. But basically, for it to figure out. Anyway, sorry, I'm distracted and rambling. But yeah, I need to. I've been putting the scope in the same position every day, so I need to. Hopefully, I'll have some clear weather where I can actually do a proper alignment on it to try to get it, because it's way out, and it's able to guide it within like an arc second or so, but it's not great. Sorry. Please go on about calibrating the meridian flip. It's gripping. It really is. It's better than watching Real Housewives or something. I'm sure there's a meme waiting to. I need to know. I'm sure there's a meme in there. Okay, what is going on? It's like clearing backlash. I mean, to be fair, all I was doing is like there's a calibration in here, and then there's also like a different menu for calibrating on both sides of the meridian flip. So then like it goes to one side, does a calibration, goes to the other, does a calibration. So that way I guess you don't have to recalibrate when you do the meridian flip. Something, I'm guessing. That's what I'm guessing. But I haven't spent enough time with PhD2 to really know. And see, again, I like the non-Seestar telescopes. I'm happy with them. And you can definitely have issues with Seestar telescopes as well. But generally, I tend to, on these live streams, it's more often than not the other scopes. Like that S30 is just chugging along, imaging the sombrero. Like, well, I mean, it does, I believe it does a plate solve to figure out if it's in the right place. But I think it's about that the calibration whatever PhD 2 does to figure out how to move the mount, I guess it's different if it's on one side of the mount versus the other, and so it lets it compensate for it without having to recalibrate it, I guess. Because like that's what I'm doing right now. I just recalibrated it so that, you know, it ran through the calibration and it's able to be a little bit more accurate. Although let's see. I say that, but it seems like it's having issues. But we'll see. Because the guiding is way out right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't had enough time. I haven't had enough. Well, it didn't help that I was spent so much time on the reflector and wasn't focused on the guiding as much as I was on kind of just getting exposures that I was happy with the reflector. Yeah, so so I haven't been able to really focus on PhD 2 and the calibration on different, you know, after meridian flip and stuff like that. And so I think by staying with the refractor for a bit, I'll be able to kind of focus on that. Like, what is going on with the guiding here? Yeah, I'm kind of tweaking the calibration again, or redoing it. And a lot of it just might be because my alignment is way out. That is certainly not helping. The fact the alignment's way out. Are they a little oblong? Quite possibly. I'm also, mind you, I'm pretty heavily zoomed in on this image, because this is the S30, so it's got a, you know, the wide, much wider field of view. And it's been going for over an hour, so it's been, yeah, it's been, I mean, all things considered, it's pretty reasonable. And at least we have something to look at while I'm calibrating and recalibrating and recalibrating. Wow. The guiding is horrible. What is going on with this? Yeah. I think there's something just really, I think I'm going to give up on Marcarian's chain. I think I'm going to find something back on the other side of the meridian. Yeah, it was the zoom wasn't helping. Let's find something on the other side. I actually had come up with these. I did the Coma cluster. I did Marcarian's chain. Actually, where is M101? Is it too late for that? Or M51? Let's see, M51. Yeah. Trying to find something that's not imminently gonna meridian flip here. Just looking around. Yeah, that one's kind of small. It's cool, but small. Well, you know, maybe I just go ahead and do let's see. Maybe I will do M101. I think I'll do M101. Because now that I have let me close out Siril here. So I think, yeah, I'll do M101. Doing is, because the way I have the live stream set up now, where I can, since the computer up here is doing the stream, I have this plugin that would let me send video from my laptop to this computer to go out onto the stream. So potentially I could be somewhere else. Like I was thinking of actually doing a live stream where I'm kind of in the backyard, and then that would allow me to fiddle around with the some of the settings, or you know, maybe redo the polar alignment, whatever, you know, just to yeah, so I might do that at some point, because what always ends up happening is I don't have enough clear nights to be able to live stream and work out all these issues. At least I have the focuser on. I'm happy that I finally got that done. That was nice. That's going to be helpful. Definitely seems more solid than the focuser was on the reflector. But again, I think it's because it wasn't flat on one side. Okay. All right. It's locking in on M101. Okay. And done. So let's make sure it's pointing at the right place. So this will be an interesting test. And see, now I want to try this out again too with and this will be actually another good test. How well will this work with how well will this work when the moon's up? Just waiting for the frame to load. Okay. So we're about to possibly, possibly get going again. Of course, the question is, will I have to redo the calibration now that I flipped it back? And the answer is yes. But yeah, so I do want to, I clearly need to spend more time with PhD 2. Yeah, to try to get things better. Yeah, let's see. All right. Okay. Okay, so this seems a little bit less problematic. So let's get this going. Oh man, hold on. Hold on a second. Yeah, it reverted to the other flat. So it's like I'm gonna have to restart the stack. Because I was seeing all the artifacts and I was like, what is going on here? Yeah, this looks so much cleaner now. So this is M100 in progress. Oh, Firefox crash. Oh man. Yeah, I hate that when browser crashes while you're in the middle of something. Okay, it's just getting started, so it's still a bit noisy. Yeah, it's only 2 minutes in. But yeah, so far I'm happy with the this filter seems to be doing well. How much time? Well, this is M101. I can do close to an hour before it hits the meridian, so that's good. I'll do that as long as I possibly can. And I might find another target then for the S30 since that's been kind of going along on the sombrero for no drop frames, hour and a half. There we go. So I'll find another. I will find another target. So it is a 75 millimeter aperture and a 400 millimeter focal length. So it's f5.4 or something. So yeah, it's and it's a Petzval design, so quintuplet or something like that. Yeah, so stars look pretty reasonable. Again, they probably could be better if I had spent more time on the focus and definitely on the alignment. Yeah. But yeah, it's an Apertura 75Q. It's basically this one. Just if you want to check out the specs on it, or yeah. And I don't have the field reducer on it, and it's I'm happy with the 400 millimeter, but I've actually thought about getting the field reducer for things like Marcarian's chain and some of the bigger nebula and Milky Way stuff. Because if you look, so this is the field of view with the sensor, with the camera I have, and with Orion. But if I got it with the reducer, you can just get that much more. So you can get more of the extended nebulosity. Now, if I had a bigger camera, I've thought about if I took it out to a dark sky, I might, put like one of my mirrorless cameras on it or something, getting a bigger sensor. But I have thought about getting that, what do you call it? The field reducer. Which takes it down to, or the reducer gets it down to 300 millimeter. At least the one that they pair it with. And I should have gotten the bundle, but I didn't. when I picked it up last year. All right, let me see what targets I can point the S30 at. Maybe something a bit bigger than. Problem is, there's like not a ton that's bigger that isn't behind a building right now. Yeah, it does. It's yeah, I'm pretty. Oh, and it has some nice things. Like the focuser seems pretty reasonable. It has, I mean, it's not like the biggest thing in the world, but it has the camera rotator. I mean, not an electronic one, but it has a thumb screw and you can rotate it. And that's what I had done when I went downstairs. And so it makes kind of reframing things handy. Yeah, with the reducer. Yeah, it's yeah. So yeah, I'm thinking I might pick that up before we get to like summer Milky Way season. But just looking around for stuff with the S rotator focuser. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, it makes it's helpful. It's definitely very helpful. I mean, especially after using the Seestar, where everything is like locked in place. That is an interesting Shapley Ames 3. It's probably tiny, but it's a galaxy. Weird. Anyway, run across random things. But yeah, I'm trying to find something that the S30 that would work with the S30. Oh, nice. Well, that's nice. Acts as the filter cell as well. Yeah, I think my the the refractor has it, like I could mount a filter on it. Like it had a place within kind of the rings it had where you could put a where you could put a filter in there, but I ended up getting a filter drawer. Oh, nice. Yeah. Oh, nice. I forgot you had gotten the Minicam 8. That'll be awesome. Yeah, I'm curious what you once you've had time to use it more, what you think of it, because I've debated ordering one of those, but we shall see. What is that? It's interesting. Like, you just look around and ran across this sharpless object. And what are all these galaxies over here? There's a lot in there. Oh, the Hercules cluster. Huh. That's cool. Another cluster. Oh, yeah, that's right. I wanted to image that at some point. But again, some of these are kind of tiny, so what in the world? There are some interesting galaxies, but again, they're too small to image with the Seestar, the refractor, but like some interesting irregular galaxies in here. And what was it I saw over here? Oh, like this. Look at this. It's kind of like, reminds me of the antenna, but like less, like maybe earlier on an antenna kind of thing. Two galaxies interacting. Let me stop this. Like, look at those. That's interesting. Nice. You'll be an expert in operational theory. Yeah. Yeah, that was one thing I did the well, because I use sharpcap, it will calculate the offset, I think. And so I think that's what one of the parameters it calculates. So I just use that. Yeah. Yeah, what is that one? It's IC1178 is one of them. Again, some of these things aren't super helpful. Oh, here. Okay, that's not in English. It's like 500,000 light years away. Or 464. Nice. That's pretty cool. So let me figure out what else I could image. That's actually turning out pretty well. I mean, I always struggle with And that's 13 minutes. I always end up struggling with M101. Psst. I am really liking this filter setup here. I think this might work. Well, I'm going to let it. It's going to be running for a while, so I'll let it go. So let me figure out what are the other targets. Yeah, so it's narrowband and IR. So the what do you call it? The 585 sensor is sensitive to IR, pretty, you know, at least 50% efficiency for near IR, I think. But it's across all three color channels. So you lose color, but you gain light. And the theory, I guess, is that light pollution doesn't have a strong IR component, so you're kind of working around it. Which, if that's the case, they need to start making more. Companies need to start making more cameras that are IR sensitive. I mean, I know there's trade-offs, but like, all things considered, I mean, I have a hard time getting M101 anytime. Except at Starfront, I had a reasonable one, but yeah. Yeah. This is... Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, just use the IR part. I mean, because that's basically what it's doing. It's just passing like HA and O2 and then IR, which again, I had seen, like, Quiv did a video about it, and I'd seen it and then kind of put it on my head, and then I ran across the filter again and I was reading about it because I had been thinking about getting the multi-band filter from SVPony, and then I saw this filter and I'm like, huh. And then I went back and rewatched it and I'm like, oh, and it's convenient that the 585 sensor has this IR sensitivity, which is the camera I have. So I'm like, oh, maybe I should try this out and see what it's doing. Koi fish. No, I have not. Let me check. Red, blue, green, real red. Exactly. Exactly. But hey, you know, I mean, my colors tend to be like so terrible anyway. I'm just happy to get luminance or, you know, structure and stuff. But let me look at the koi fish, see where that is. Because the problem is I'm having issues with the meridian that I need to sort out. It might be, yeah, no, it's unfortunately it's so far past the meridian, it's about to go behind a building. But I should try that out tomorrow, not tomorrow, but the next time it's clear. Yeah, you can always fake. Yeah, I found it. The problem is it's like near going behind a building. And yeah, I can fake color. Well, and plus, like, with all the alternate palettes, maybe I need to create a new palette for red, blue, green, and infrared. You know. Let's see. Yeah. Problem is like, yeah, not, but I made a note I want to try that koi fish. Because this filter, I am really delighted with this filter. Yeah, assuming the computer doesn't crash again, I'm gonna let it go until it gets the full hour, so about 3 times as much as what it's got now. So we'll see. But so far, I am happy with how it's turning out. Let's see. Yeah, we're starting to get into like the Iris Nebula is finally kind of raised enough where I can start imaging it possibly. What is that? Just looking at that area. I was looking at trying to figure out what this sharpless thing was. That's an interesting one. So there are some interesting objects over there. Yeah, ghostly, very much. Very, very much. Oh, there's that squid. I want to try to image that one. But it'll be from Starfront. Oh, an elephant's trunk is finally getting to the point where I'll be able to image that. See, this is where the reducer would be handy. See, that's how much the reducer would get. Still wouldn't get all of it, but it would get more of it. Let's see. Oh, and the fireworks galaxy is now starting to get in sight. That's another one that I've struggled with. That'll be interesting to try that with the but I'm not sure if I'll get to that tonight, but I should try that. Oh, what's that? Some large, this would be something from Starfront I'd try. Oh, or have I imaged that? I don't know if I've imaged that yet. I have a long list of dark nebula to try out. Anyway, back to reality of what to do with the S30. Just kind of looking around for, but again, the problem is there's a lot of stuff that's not visible because I don't want to do globular, because again, it's kind of, the S30 is just that much smaller. What's that? Am I right time, yeah. Just trying to find. What is that? Again, something to try from Starfront. That's cool. I'll just randomly run across these things. That's why it's good to spend time. Yeah, that would be cool. That would be cool. Maybe I'll look at all these galaxies here. The problem is with the S30, it's going to be small. Man, there are so many galaxies there. Jeez. Well, I also have the PGC catalog turned on, so. Well, let me move this off screen because my neck is getting sore looking to the side. And I will look for some more, but that is turning out. I am definitely pleased with the way that is turning out. The definitely happy with that. Yeah, it's I want to, I'm trying to, it's just an awkward time as far as like what objects are visible from my backyard. Like Starfront, I have a wider variety of things that I'll image, but from the backyard, it's like there's so many obstructions. Let me try resetting this. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah, the problem is some of these targets aren't. Yeah, see, northern and southern, I'm fine. It's eastern is like sometimes as high as 50 degrees, and western is pretty much like almost impossible. So I see a wisp of cloud. I hope it's just a wisp. Just looking at zoom.earth. Doesn't look like there's anything significant, so that's good. Yeah, I mean, I can imagine that if I were to do, I mean, this is like, what, half an hour? If I did a few hours of this, like, that would look good. That would turn out pretty well. I may have to do that. um, the Quiv the Lazy Geek um, uh, review of this filter, or a similar, I think it was this filter. He was like saying he had taken the best photo of whatever was it, Triangulum? It was some galaxy, and he said he had taken the best photo he'd ever taken from Tokyo of that with that filter, and I can see why. So far, I'm pretty happy with that. Yeah, east or west. The problem is the thing kind of, when I was doing Marcarian's chain, after it passed the meridian and a meridian flip, PhD2 was like, and I think it's just because my alignment is way out. And so I'm not going to let it run and plus, even then, I think I only would have about an hour more before it's behind a building. So yeah, I'll probably only run it another half hour or so, but I'm definitely going to run it some other nights and try to put the data all together, because so far I'm pretty happy with, I'm very happy with how that's working. It's noisy, but this is just the live stack. And another reason, or another way I can kind of tell it's good, is it's like all the data is kind of, it's not all like spread out. It's not like a big mess. So I'm definitely curious how this will turn out. I may have to load up, maybe I'll load up one of the stack afterwards and check it out. Yeah. Oh, let me see. 1 minute sub and processing. Sorry, I've got like 2 computers and 2 copies of Discord running. Oh, nice. That looks very nice. So, that is, oops, is looking good. It will be, if that's 1 2-minute sub, 4 hours of that is going to be really nice. Yeah, I imagine the final result should be really good. Your refractor is larger and you've got darker skies, but you get, the results are really great. Still figuring out what I want to do with the S30. I'm kind of digging around in Stellarium. Let's see. Yeah, literally, if you bring up like what Messier objects are visible, it's just globulars and galaxies. That is all there is in my backyard with the obstructions I have at this moment. So I'm trying to figure out if there's anything else. There's like 2 H2 regions. Wow, there is like a dearth of things. No emission nebulas. None. That's just crazy. Everything's behind a building. Still 90 minutes. Yeah. No, that will be cool. There's some good ones up there by the Big Dipper. Yeah. 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 I know. I don't have the room for it. But that would be my ideal as well. Yeah. That would definitely be my ideal. It's actually been my ideal for years. When I was a teenager, and I was a member of the Houston Astronomical Society, and they were kind of working on their site. They built like some roll-off observatories or buildings with piers in them, and they had like a work day out there, and I was a mid-teens, and I helped move around bags of concrete. So that was my contribution to the project. Yeah. Well, but yeah, that's I was just helping move around stuff, but the result was awesome. It was really nice. And this was 40 years ago. Yikes. Shoot. Yeah, over 35 years ago, probably close to 40 years ago. Let's see. Yeah. Light infiltration. I don't think I have. Although I did run into a problem. I guess I had enough clear skies or intermittent clouds. Since my last live stream, I was messing around with the reflector, and I had just taken the whole optical train off and put it on the reflector, including the off-axis guider, but I wasn't using the off-axis guider, and so I just like stuffed an eyepiece in there. Well, I'd had the guide camera in there, and then I swapped it out. I don't know what I was thinking. I was just trying to keep the dust out. I was getting like some weird light, and I realized it was light coming in through that eyepiece in the off-axis guider that was like completely messing things up. And I literally put some gaffer tape over the eyepiece, and then it like the light went away. Tried to do darks and it wasn't dark. Yikes. Yeah. I don't think I've had that issue, but I've been kind of concerned that would be an issue. Or if it's an issue, I haven't noticed it yet. Guiding isn't the best, but I've had worse. Yeah. Wow. Still saw light. Yeah. Yeah, it's Yeah, I'm definitely curious to see how this will end up processing. All things considered, not. Okay, I'm really drawing a blank here. Maybe I do. Let's see. Actually, check that and bright galaxies. Super wind galaxy. Dust devil. There's one I just saw and then I Anyway, maybe I do point it at the Hercules cluster, just to start getting something with that. See what it's. Although that cluster might be a bit far. Let's check Hercules. Okay, so what is that? SH273. 73. Yeah. Okay, I'm not doing that one. So let's, okay, so I will stop this. Let me reset the zoom. Only dropped, after 2 hours, it only dropped 2 frames. Not bad, but it is, to be fair, it is in EQ mode. Actually, I forgot okay. I forgot I hadn't plugged this in. It's still got power. So we'll stop this. And okay. So let's see if this works. And it doesn't. I have kind of a broken local copy, so let me try. I'll do NGC 6047. I'm using the phone. GC 6047. I'm using the phone mostly because I broke the my local copy of AL because I've been doing development on it. but then I hadn't touched it in a few days, so. Alright, so we've got something for that. Let's go back to tape around, yeah, or 3D print rings. Tape over the drawer, yeah. Yeah. Oh, nice. Seeing got better. Well, that's cool. Cool. Uh-oh. I say uh-oh because it seemed like it got lighter there in a way that makes me wonder if there's clouds, and I see some high clouds. Let me reset this because it starts color shifting. Oh yeah, see, look at that cloud in the all sky camera. Oh, okay, that looks nice. Nice. How much data is this? $40 minutes. Not bad. Now that was one thing I had seen. They were, the forecast did indicate that clouds might start rolling in here after midnight, and it is after midnight, so hopefully it doesn't get too much worse. But I see some more in the all sky camera, or the sky camera. I shouldn't call it an all sky camera because it's a partial sky camera. Let's switch to this. Uh-oh. I hear PhD2 complaining. Yeah, see. It's complaining about. And you can see the clouds going through the field. Now, if they pass, it'll be fine, but if not, it could be a problem. I have sharpcap set up where it pauses stacking if PhD2 stops guiding. That's a hot mess, that guiding. I mean, the good thing is I can always filter out those frames. Let's see. And see, this is where that program, that website I was showing, where it does the plate solving. This will be one it'll be good to try loading some of this data in there. Oops. Yeah, see this one. Is that Marcarians? Yeah, that's Marcarians. But yeah, I think I had Coma here somewhere. I'll have to look. But get a ton of objects. Cygnus star cloud. It might be, but again, the problem I have is right now. Yeah, it's behind a building. It will be visible in an hour or so. But even then, I think it would be a hard target from here. I think I did image in this area from Starfront. Let me see if I can find that. Oh, I'm quite happy with that. I'm actually delighted in that. I mean, again, I do think that is the best pinwheel M101 that I've gotten from here. Yeah. All right. You gotta check out the clouds. See, this is why you need an all sky camera. Or a sky camera, as the case may be, like I have. 87. Trying to think. Yeah, I actually, you know what? I think I tried to image that, but what ended up happening was like either there was a scheduler failure in Alp or the weather didn't cooperate or something, and so I wasn't able to image it. But here is, I did find the image I took of the Coma cluster that I had previously that I plate solved. And I think this was from Starfront, but the moon was interfering. But yeah, you can see all of the different, quite a few NGC objects there. So I want to try to do that with this Hercules cluster if as much time as I can possibly get on it. Yeah. And that was one thing I had hoped to do with the reflector, is to try to get some planetary nebulas, but yeah, I think for me to get some of the targets that I wanted to get in the way I want to get them, so like higher focal length but also kind of dimmer targets, for me to do them even a little bit here, I think I'm going to have to get, I think eventually I'm going to get a fast Newtonian, like an 8-inch or maybe even a 10-inch. Because I kind of did the math on it, and it would acquire data like 25 times faster than my refractor, but also at like a focal length that's not as high as the reflector, but at least higher than, you know, like 800 millimeter or something. Yeah, focused on the astro camera. Yeah, I know. It's, yeah, almost 1,000 millimeters. Yeah, yeah. I mean, my reflector is 1,800 millimeters, and so that's what I was hoping it would work with that. But yeah, yeah, and that's basically what I was looking at. 8-inch f4. So there's Skywatcher has one, and yeah. So I was thinking of that, one of those. And the nice thing is the 8-inch, at least the 8-inch would actually the Juway that head that I have will actually support that weight, whereas the 10-inch I think was like pushing the limit. Yeah, Apertura Astrotech, yeah. And you can I'd also thought about you can get reduced. There's a what was it? Star. It's not cheap, but there was a Starizona reducer Coma corrector for fast Newtonians, and it would knock it down to like an F3 or something. Hyperstar, yeah, I'd looked at those too. But I was thinking like just a vanilla, like 8-inch, but then getting the Hyperstar on it, the Hyperstar reducer, and not Hyperstar. I said Hyperstar. The Starizona, because Starizona makes the Hyperstar, but it was a Starizona corrector, Coma corrector reducer. It's not cheap. But it would knock it down to F3, which would be pretty awesome. I mean, it's not quite to like Hyperstar level, but F3. And plus, you don't have like everything has trade-offs, but you don't have the trade-off of having your what do you call it? Your camera in front of the telescope. It's, you know, in the normal Newtonian position, so you can have your focuser, you can have like a bigger sensor. Like it isn't a problem. Like you could do off-axis guiding, I guess. Like you don't have the downsides. Fast Star. Let me see which one that was. It was actually, let me look at it off screen, and then it was a let's see. It was oops. It was this one. Which is yeah, it's a 3/4 focal reducer, Coma corrector. I saw it. I think I ran across it on Cloudy Nights, where people were, or some place where people were saying it's expensive, but they liked it. And so I was looking at that, and the specs seemed, and they make good stuff like for the Hyperstar. So I thought maybe that might be interesting. But yeah, it can and the image circles APS-C. So you've got so you have a good imaging circle. It's not like too small. So yeah, I thought that kind of caught my eye, and I'm like, well, that would be a neat setup, because then you have 8-inch f4 or f3, and especially for my purposes, where I'm in the city and terrible light pollution, might give me a little bit better, or I could get okay results more quickly. Oh yeah, let me check. Let's check. Oh, nice. Very nice. Running chicken. The running chicken, what do you call it? The 2,000 frames of IC 2944 running chicken. Yeah. Wow. It looks very nice. It's a nice target too. Very, very nice. Yeah, maybe tomorrow I'll be able to spend some time on the Siril beta. Go back and, I mean, there's stuff I need to revisit. Maybe I'll process this this stack of M101. Yeah, up to 52 minutes. So how close am I to the meridian? How close am I? Let me see. Again, I have problems with it over to the side because I end up straining my neck. All right. All right. We are. Where are we? Oh, we're right at the meridian. It's at the meridian. It has touched the meridian. So I should probably stop this before it flips out. But still, I'm pretty happy with that. I mean, again, I think this is the best version of the pinwheel I've ever taken here in the city. And I'm looking forward to taking a few more hours of data with that, because I think it'll be really great. Oh yeah, yeah. And that's one thing I need to work on and get set up, because I remember they had added that being able to integrate with, if I recall correctly, Graxpert noise reduction, like all of the three things: deconvolution, noise reduction, and gradient removal. Yeah, color correction. Yeah, I mean, the thing I've been enjoying, so with the beta, well, with the pre-beta, is the mosaic, being able, the astrometric stacking, so for like mosaics and stuff. And I've actually liked the curves tool. So like I'll do stretches in there, but then I'll and there's like I've been doing stuff where I'll do it in like in other tools, and then I'd bring it into Siril again, and then kind of tweak the curves, and kind of, yeah, the curves are nice. Yeah, I've been happy with that. I mean, I don't use like photo editors that much these days, so it's nice to be able to just bring it in and make some little adjustments, kind of brighten it up in some ways, or kind of tweak things a little bit in ways that you couldn't easily do before, if at all. So let's 53 minutes, so I am going to save that, and I want to, okay. I mean, that gradient isn't terrible. Okay, stop that, and then yeah, let me see. Again, the problem I'm having is the meridian. Where's M106? Oh, it's behind a building right now. My cursed backyard. That's cool. So this is what the initial stack looked like of that running chicken. We're kind of, yeah, it works pretty well. That worked. I mean, 2,000 images. See, now I need to go back and revisit some things. All right, so nope. See the telescope's doing the flip itself. So I should have stopped it, but now it's doing its thing. Yeah, so I stopped the stack just in time. I could do just for a quick, I mean, something I wouldn't necessarily run for a super long time, but I could do M13. I think I will. Let me bring that up off screen. So I'm kind of curious how that ends up turning out. Okay. Is this a slow-moving satellite, or are the stars trailing? Yeah, I think the stars are trailing. So let me go to... This is interesting. I was seeing something kind of going across. Huh. Anyway, let's go look at... I'll do M13. And go. Yeah, it might be. You need queso. Nice. Nice. It's always good when the clouds are a no-show. It's definitely nice. It always disturbs me when especially the camera, where I can't see, like I can only see part of the mountain when it's in certain orientations, and it's like, is it doing something problematic? Okay. 2.5 degrees out. And happy for you. Yeah, you have been. Yeah, you've been getting some great results. Like you really have. Like in mid-April, I had a good run of clear skies here and at Starfront, but it's been more spotty recently. Oops. I'm getting the guiding going, seeing how it is. Man, I really need to work on the polar alignment next time. This is all over the place. I mean, it's dealing with it, but definitely not as good as it could be. Okay. All right, cool. All right. I'm about to a sec here. There we go. Put Hubble fits in your sequence. I even forgot to capture them. Yeah. I don't say anything. Yeah. It's like, wow, that the amount of detail you're getting is amazing. Oh, notice clouds just going through, so that's maybe why it got a little weird there. Now, one thing is there are, depending on which way this is pointed, yeah, there should be a couple of galaxies. There's one of them right there. Let's see. Maybe the angle is wrong to get all of them. Although some of them are fainter, like that one's 15th magnitude, 14th, 15th. They're PGC catalog galaxies, so. All things considered, I'm pretty I'm very happy with this, because not only does it seem to be cutting massively down on light pollution, but I'm actually able to get like broadband, I mean, details of targets that aren't like nebulas. there's definitely... Now, one thing I do need to work on is trying to get the focus a bit better. But that should be doable now. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Kind of do your own composite. Well, I've seen that where people took like a photo of, say, Centaurus A, and they superimposed like the X-ray data on it. So you could do that. Like you're just enriching it. I have a feeling like a lot of these are galaxies. The problem is this cluster, this is the Hercules cluster, it's like 500,000 light years away, so on the S30 it's going to be a lot smaller. Good night, Stephen. Thanks for joining, and thanks for sharing those images of the running chicken. That was cool. Very cool. And I need to spend some time on the beta now that it's beta. Now that it's not dev version anymore. Yeah, this is turning out pretty well. Yeah, I'm definitely very, I keep saying it, but very satisfied with the results from this. And the guiding spin. Oh yeah, so I think, like, you know, I'd been thinking about getting the multi narrow band. Like I have a dual narrow band, and I thought about getting a multi one, and but I ended up I wasn't gonna buy one, but then I had run across what was it? I was looking at the SV Bony filters on Amazon. Yeah, and I think you were talking about lending that to me or something. I forget, but or maybe I just imagined that. But yeah, no, sorry, it's late, and I got up early. But anyway, I was looking at the specs on the SV. Yeah, okay, cool. I didn't hallucinate that. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like making stuff up or losing my mind. Of course, those are not mutually exclusive things. I could be right and losing my mind still. Anyway, the SV, and I do want to try that out because of the fact that you can get multiple colors, and the dual narrowband was okay, but it kind of for broadband targets it didn't work anyhow. long story short, I saw the SV240 filter, which is dual narrowband plus IR pass through. And I had seen the video from Quiv the Lazy Geek where he had reviewed it, and I went back and looked at it, and I saw that because the 585 sensor, not the 533, the 533 has an IR cut filter in it, but the 585 is sensitive to IR, and light pollution isn't in IR typically. So anyway, long story short, I decided to go ahead and try that. I decided to go ahead and buy one. And so I did, and this is really kind of the first real test I've done of it. I've done with it. And so far it seems good. Like, I think a lot of what I'm getting is not from the narrowband parts of it, it's from the IR parts. Now there's two main downsides to the filter. One of them is you lose color data because you're only getting the narrowband and then IR. It's like all three channels are sensitive to IR kind of equally, so you really don't get any kind of differentiation. And then the other issue is it's more of an aesthetic issue, and not one I'm expecting to have not expecting to have an issue with, but IR nebulas, dark nebulas are slightly more transparent, or dust clouds are more they're more transparent to IR than they are visible, and so your kind of dust lanes are less pronounced with galaxies and just kind of in general, which for me isn't like it isn't a deal breaker for me. Yeah, yeah, it's the SV240, I believe. Let me double check. Yes. Yeah, well, it says multi-narrowband, but I think it's really dual narrowband. Well, they say multi because it's HA and H beta and O3. But it's also near infrared. So that was the thing that I found intriguing about it. So I thought I'd give it a shot. Because like I figured, like I have the dual narrowband. That was M101. The galaxy earlier was M101, which I have a hard time imaging here. It's just like I just have a hard time imaging that one. But basically my thought was I have the SV220 and it's great for nebulas. Like I was very happy with the Rosette Nebula I did with that. It's just there's not many nebulas right now, and I want to try the multi-band, and I do want to borrow that before I commit to that one. But then I was like, but this one is kind of like different because it's more the IR part that's interesting. Yeah. Well, yeah, and that's the thing. Yeah, it was Quiv took that filter and combined it with broadband data to get the colors But then basically this was like a luminance, I think. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, let me get that together. Let me make a note so I don't forget. Oh my god, my neck. Yikes. Man, my neck is so stiff. But yeah, I'll send that off. I'll send you the information on Discord. I definitely want to see what this plate solves to. I mean, all things considered, it's not terrible, like gradient wise, for as much data. I am seeing more clouds coming through, so we'll see how long this lasts before it completely deteriorates. Yeah, that galaxy is. And I forgot I wasn't gonna do a super long on this one. Let me go. I need to check. Okay, cool. Cool. Now I need to find a target for the another target for the refractor, because that worked. Let's see. Yeah. Actually, let me check if that's up. Good morning, Corin. Thanks for joining. Yeah, let me see. Starburst. Oh, yeah, it's below the horizon. I mean, not below the horizon, behind a building right now. The Starburst galaxy. And it won't be visible for like an hour and a half, unfortunately. But there are some things that are low that might start being, here, this might be an interesting test. How about the Iris Nebula? Like, that might be an interesting test. Although, what about the Fireworks Galaxy? What about the fire? And you know what? I'll let me try the Iris. Oh. NGC 5566. Let me see. Oh, that's an interesting one. It's past the meridian though. I need to add that to my list because I had eyed that one. Okay. Maybe next time it's clear. Because that'll be another good test for this too. Will be when the moon is up. That will be an interesting test for this. But let me try the iris just real quick. I just want to see what that looks like. Fireworks is a starburst. Yeah, let me look at iris first and just see, because that's also a challenging one for me here. Dang it. Okay, so let me move this so I'm not like straining my neck. I want to try this iris because I'm okay. So let's go to NGC 7053 and plus the 7023. I wasn't trying to. Yeah, no. I mean, I do want to. I do want to check that. That is a good suggestion. I just suddenly was like wanting to try the iris since I have a hard time with that one. Of course, we might have some other problems here. Okay. Did not mean to click on that. All right. Okay, so we'll see how this looks. Okay, I got the guiding going. Man, the alignment on this is terrible. Nice. Congrats. Okay. Okay, so what am I? Okay. see clouds. And the guiding is unhappy. So I'm gonna stop the guiding for a moment. I haven't started imaging it yet. All those clouds are going through the field of view right now, so it's just a white mess right now. Yeah, the clouds are really interfering. All right. 47%. That's funny. Oh, interesting. That's really interesting. Yeah, that's very, very interesting. I think I'm definitely going to be spending some time tomorrow on that. Okay. Oh, hey. All right. So let's try this again. Hopefully it won't. Hopefully the guiding will work. Maybe we'll have a break in the clouds. Okay. So let's try. So I got that going, and it's starting. Oh wow, nice. Yeah, the mosaic, that looks cool. What is going on over there? Sorry, I feel like there we go. My mouse did its kind of freak out. This one might be hard. We'll see. We shall see. So that star is in the center of the nebula. Yeah, so it's in there somewhere. Hmm. Okay. I'm just trying to get my bearings with this photo or with this image. So this, I was kind of getting my bearings on this bright star. Oh? Yeah. Well, thanks for joining, Star Traveler. Have a good evening. Yeah, I'm not sure how much longer I'll be able to keep it going. One thing that is, so there's that very bright star there in the corner. Yeah, I think you need to call it a night too. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining. I'll probably, like I say, I might call it a night myself. Mostly because I still have to put stuff away. Nice. Schedule the image about twilight. Yeah, because I don't trust leaving my equipment out there, so I might start packing it up actually. Maybe I'll go for a little bit longer just because I'm kind of curious how this ends up turning out. Now what's interesting, so like there's this bright star, and I think some of that is some of the artifacts there. And then there's supposed to be some dark nebula like over there. Yeah. So let me check that. This one's challenging. It might be because of the bright stars causing a exposure kind of drift. Definitely something that I'll might be able to clean up. Yeah, this one, I think this one's going to be more challenging. I think I'll let it run till about 10 minutes and then stop it. And maybe I'll stop for the evening because otherwise I'll keep going. It does look like, what are conditions like? Yeah, I think the problem is right now. Yeah, there's a small chance that tomorrow night is okay. Otherwise, it looks like bad conditions for several nights here. Now at Starfront, might be okay tomorrow or Tuesday. Wednesday and Thursday are looking good at Starfront, so we'll have to see. Played by ear. Meanwhile, New Mexico looks really good for a few nights. But I'm not in New Mexico. So that doesn't help me. Okay. Let's see, what else? Um, well, the cool thing is there's a lot of targets that are starting to get above a building, so within a few days or weeks, by the end of May, or in May, these will be just rising that much earlier, so it'll be definitely start getting more options for targets. Like the North American Nebula is kind of starting to become visible. Yeah. Actually, what I am going to do, let's see if this will work. Um, all right. Wow. That's too low. Oh, no? Yeah, there's all kinds of targets that are starting to be visible and will be visible soon. Which is great. So that means later in May, these will all be good targets. Oh. That one's small. This will be an interesting test. Nice. So this is kind of a test of colors. I'll bring it on screen in a moment. How is that possible? Okay. Yeah, I think I definitely will give myself less heartburn if I spend a bit more time on the polar alignment. Okay. So this won't be, didn't mean to click on that. This won't be a particularly long one, but it's the Ring Nebula, M57. And I've got colors, so I mean, granted, it's dual narrowband, but Let's see if there's anything else I can image that has colors. Let's see. Yeah, there's like some nice nebulas, some sharpless and other ones starting to be visible. Actually, let me see if I can image this. Oh man, that might be tricky, but we will try. Yeah, so let me try something here real quick. Okay. So I'm going to bring this off camera and I will try. Look, that looked pretty good. Okay, and all right, and go to okay, now this one might be too low, but I'm gonna try. And it is too low. So what else? I could do that. I see. And then I think this will be definitely my last thing for the night. trying to think what could possibly. I think I think it's some tree is blocking it. Although maybe it was okay. All right, one last target shortly. There's a lot of little galaxies in here. All right. Guiding is height. And so let's go. So this will be, I think, the last target for the evening with the refractor. And I'm gonna basically keep it imaging, but then I'll wrap up the stream. Did not mean to click on that. I keep clicking on things I don't mean to click on. Basically, what I'm imaging is the elephant trunk. Oops. So I'm going to let that run for a bit. And I think I will leave it at that for now. Thanks, everybody, for joining. I appreciate it a lot. If you haven't liked the video, like and subscribe. I will be live streaming at some point this upcoming week, weather permitting. But in the meantime, thanks everybody for joining, and I will see you in the next one. Just trying to think if there's anything else. Nope. I think that's it. So thanks everybody for joining. Have a good rest of your day or night. See you in the next one.